G'day, you good dunce. Pluto, how are ya? Orcris first, Ryan second, Woosah third. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We got a couple bugs to fix before we start our multi-mesh planned work. Alright? Gonna be good. Gonna be fantastic multi-mesh. But, yeah. That's after the ad break. How's everyone's night been? Did you have a good night? Okay. So that'll get that. Right, then we gotta put you there. Fuck. That's what we need. Jesus Christ. Can't believe I screwed that up. Horrible. Horrible. G'day, Cam. How are ya? Going through our morning puzzles. Still sore. Yeah, I know what you mean. Let's see. What do we have? All. No. Steak. Op. Share. No. Wicket. Ball. Mallet. Bowls. Croquet. Oh. Or not. Maybe I'm too white. So anyway, if the police come by tonight, yeah. Hopefully they're there soon so that you can get to sleep. Hopefully. Go down, rave. No. Timer. What are these connections? And what Evite? Share. The hell's a Caruza? Time goes by so fast. 130 streak, god damn. Can't drive for 2 weeks? Yeah, that's standard. Just to be certain. You know what, olives. Got a mild concussion? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've seen 205 stream streaks yesterday. Never seen that much before. I think the highest stream streak I've ever gotten was like 260 or something like that. And then Twitch didn't count a stream that I was watching. So I lost it. I can't see what these are, so. What are they? Events with dancing. The fuck is a hop? The fuck is a hop? Interest claim. Concern share state. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Components of a whack-a-mole. Who's looking at this game going, oh yeah, all of those things relate to a whack-a-mole? Am I sharing what the channel was? Yeah, it was Pirate Software. Musicals with last letter changed. Caruza, Evite, Olives, Wickets. Caruza, Evite, Olives, Wickets. Yeah. The streak actually broke at the perfect time because the streak broke just before he started his whole World of Warcraft arc. And I was not interested in watching people play World of Warcraft. So... So, yeah. Alright. Let's see here. I have a couple bugs that we need to fix. So, the first thing we need to fix is the end game. So... email. That's it. Emails. So after bankrupt, so I got confirmation that when you don't watch one stream and next one is within 24 hours, Twitch will allow you to keep your streak if you will watch the next one. Yeah. So, you keep your streak regardless of if you miss a stream. I don't think that's right. That doesn't make sense because someone that streams every day, you could watch them every second day and still have a stream streak. That doesn't... Or is it only, like, you have to watch... like, if they stream multiple times a day, you have to watch at least one stream every 24 hours. So they could stream, like, 13 times a day, but as long as you watch one of those each day, you keep your streak. I think that's stupid. I think that is stupid because it's a stream streak, not a day streak. It's in the name. Maybe if you miss 2 streams in a row. It's still, that's still not a stream streak. A stream streak is watching streams consecutively. Just not watching every second stream. I'm pretty sure what they've done is they've rolled that out. They've made that decision because they can't figure out the bug that is causing the stream streak to not register when you are watching a stream. So they're like, alright, people are losing their streak because our system's not recognizing them as watching the stream. So we'll just make it that if they watch the next stream, they keep their streak. Like, we don't know what's causing that issue, so we'll just avoid the issue altogether. I can see that being the case. So we do end game. We do game over, which does this. Interesting. Up into here. Total rent. Okay. Let's see this. See what we've got. Move you all down over there. I have to make it the end of the day. Also need to set it to like shop day 7 or 8. Does it need to be 7 or 8? Let's find out. Let's find out. This be 8. I'm noticing that's doubling up. Total rent, so that's each day. So we do that. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing saying I have that much money? God damn. Let's see. Bankrupt detail. I've failed. Okay, so it's not popping up the main menu. So we emit it. Connects to display. So we know that happens. If loading game, which we're not, it's false. Otherwise, loading game is set to true. Load finished is false. Input mouse mode. Filter, blah, blah, blah. Set process true. Hide tablets. That's going to be the problem. It's that one. That's going to be our problem. So when we do cleanup complete, yeah, that's fine. I heard you're using Multimesh. I will be, Big. There's just a couple of bugs that we need to fix before we do that. I've failed. The fuck is this goddamn... The hell? Why is it not bringing up the bloody tablet? What's up, glitch? G'day, you good dunce. So it does hit there. See if we do that as a call deferred. It's like it's not going into here. Clean up. Game over. Hide emit. Something in that list is not happening in order. Game over. Hide emit. Clean up. It's 'cause... yeah. Yep, so we want it to... toggle main menu. Get rid of that. That's what it is. That's what it is. What up, Nathir? G'day to you. Interesting. This should be good now. I hope. No. Why? Nothing in there is throwing an error about this stuff displaying.
I'm starting a chat union. We'll have demands and if not met go on strike.
Okay. Have fun on strike. Updated my 3D game. Nice, nice. What updates did you add to it? Or did you make? Why? Why does this not work? Why is that not working? Alright. We're going to change this. We're going to change this entire process. First text I seen when I got home from the hospital from my boss saying, "Hey man, Aiden said you got in a bit of a bother." A bit of a bother? This update is called Redefining the Gravel That Burns. It's the final update for the game for PvP purpose. Nice. 2D version will have that later. 3D version is just for PvP. Interesting. Barely walk. I mean, that sounds like a bit of a bother. Let's see. Why is this? So I need this to do a game over. Where's loading? God damn it. My phone stopped buzzing for like 2 seconds. Jesus Christ. Load screen. Game over. If not, game over. Now, let's do that. This is always going to be false. for game over. Let's see if that works. Let's see. Okay, cool. So that's still up. Else. Menu manager. Toggle main menu. That should do it. Let's see. That's not the main menu. You free? Because I think technically the main menu's already displayed. I think that's what it means.
My hovercraft is full of, hovercraft is full of, hovercraft is full of, hovercraft is full of eels.
Eels up inside you, are there? Finding an entrance where they can? That's what it sounds like to me. What up, Pax? How you doing? Not the eels. Exactly. I feel like I joined at a weird moment about eels. I mean, isn't it always a weird moment around here? That's what it feels like. I was enjoying my dinner. Were you eating eels? Is that why it was a weird moment? Because you are getting eels up inside you? Ah, comedy. Life is a weird moment, and now we want some unagi. Now I want some unagi, right? Unagi is eel, I guess. Alright, so when we display the emails, call setup in here. So in here, no. We go, is bankrupt false? And you don't require anything about that, do you? No, you don't. Okay, so is bankrupt is false. Now I want to hide it as well. Because that's going to be... Where the fuck do we create this email from anyway? Nothing here. Let's check for where letter. Where do we set this? Ah, main menu does that. Okay. Okay. Bankrupt is false. Okay, so we do this. Put that back to what it is. What it was. Okay, so we do that. I feel like I came in at a bad time. If it's a 2D version, we'll receive phishing, and as for 3D version, it's only PvP. Trying to get everything situated into my story still that I wrote back in 2015. Damn. Let's be honest, it's supposed to be players only type game. Every time you say bankrupt is false. I think you're saying bankrupt as balls. Those are two very different things. I think you have... Do you have takoyaki on the mind there, Octopus? Oh, game door. Alright. Game door it is. Even though I'm trying to fix bugs. Alright. It's got third person. Has single player before 2007. For 2007. So... Third person, it has single player. No. Before 2007. Gothic? Isn't that an MMO? I don't know. Apparently not. Cool. Alright, 2002 to 2006. It's not an RPG. It's feeling shooterish. It's not Gears of War, but... it's not on Xbox 360. Okay, so it's probably like early 2000s, like 2002, 2003 sort of thing. It's not a shooter or a sci-fi either, so it's either a platformer, a puzzle, a rhythm. Could be a roguelike. Turn-based. Story I wrote Infinite Void Project recently changed. Basically an RPG, multiplayer, no NPCs only type game. So no NPCs for quest givers or anything like that either. Not a shooter, but an RPG. Not a shooter, not an RPG, but third person. Narrows the field a bit. True. Nope. So what do players do? Do they just fight each other? racing. Would be a... That's not a SOCOM or a Splinter Cell. Not a SOCOM, not a Splinter Cell. Nothing The Division based, because those are all... Like, nothing Tom Clancy based. Damn it. Got a little bit of nail here that's going to become a big issue if I don't take care of it. Yeah, it's good enough. Any guesses for this game? What? Crazy Taxi, maybe? It's not racing. God of War. It needs to be multiplayer. God of War single player. FIFA. It needs to be third person. FIFA's a bird view. 2002 to 2004. Neversoft Entertainment. That's Neverwinter. No? It's not Neverwinter Nights. Okay. Huh. Resident Evil Outbreak. It's not a horror. We have no themes and no genre. It's not a platformer, not a puzzle, not a racing, not a shooter, not an RPG. Not a point and click. Tony Hawk? There it is. God damn it. Fucking Tony Hawk's Underground. God damn. How many Tony Hawk games do you need in a... Look at this. You got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Then the next year, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. Then you got Tony Hawk's Underground. And for some reason, Pro Skater 5 is 13 years later. The fuck? God damn. How many Tony Hawk games do you need? It's the same goddamn thing. You ride a skateboard, you do tricks. You progress to the next level. Wait, what? God damn. Stupid. Stupid.
Let me hide.
No. I played all Tony Hawk's Pro Skaters until 5. I think I only ever played like 2. I think I only ever played Pro Skater 2. I'm purple. I need to get this fixed. Shop settings bankrupt. False.
Anyway, the games I was making before, they're just tests to kind of see what I can do now in video game development, and I have tried Unity and Blender as well, and I tried to get into Unreal, but I just can't, and I did try and I just don't have any evidence of it.
You don't have any evidence of what? Trying Unreal. Unreal Engine is a bit... I feel it's bloated these days. I feel like I feel like Epic Games doesn't actually care about Unreal Engine. They only, like, not for games at least. They only care about it for cinematic stuff, like movies and whatnot, and Fortnite. Like, they don't care about other people making games in it. They couldn't give a shit. Heard a rumor Disney might buy it? No. It's just a rumor. Purely a rumor. Looks like Demon hides every second message. The demon will hide when its timer tells it to hide. If a second message comes in, like, there are times that the demon gets caught and, like, stuck just being displayed. And that's a bug. But it's not every second message. It's more complex than that. Let's see. Jordster, if you keep pointing that out, I'm going to get rid of the demon. And then we don't have any demon. Why is this... I forgot where I was up to. Oh my god, I need to ignore chat again for a minute. I need to remember where I was up to and what the fuck I was doing so that we can get this bug fixed. We set bankrupt to false.
I don't usually record my life, you know, even though it would be great, you know, that's what I meant by evidence.
And then after we do this, so game in progress is false. Stop setting, so bankrupt is false. We toggle that. Just test this, see if it works. See if this works. Pops up with the fail email. Oh, no. No, apparently it's just going straight into that. Toggle main menu. Bit from there. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Do this. Get rid of this. And last one. All right. I don't think that's gonna work, but we'll see. What up, Horn? What up, Cake? What up, Parker? How are we? Where the fuck is the tablet? Oh my fucking god, I'm so sick of this. Alright, so if game over, else we do menu manager, hide bankrupt. No. Loading. That's not going to be a mit, that's just going to be a call. No, it will be an emit. We will do it as a signal. Hide bankrupt. So in here, we need to change all of these over to our try connect. Alright, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Try connect. Alright, so after that, we also need helpers try connect. Hide bankrupt. What we need here is tablet. Hide bankrupt. Where's some? There we are. Hide bankrupt. Hide bankrupt is going to go. Where do we put the emails here? This will display. Where do we actually have the bankrupt email display? Toggle home screen. Let's see. We only have hide bankrupt there. Which means it must be in main menu. So main menu actually enables that. Then this would have to check if so tablet will need to check. Main menu. If main menu is null, we just want to return out. Otherwise, main menu will hide bankrupt. You will need to go if tablet is null, return. We don't want to do anything in that instance there. Now we need to go into main menu. And in here, we need to have down the bottom. Hide bankrupt is going to look for emails. I'm pretty sure. If it's just bankrupt. If bankrupt is null, we can return. Otherwise, we want to do bankrupt Q3 bankrupt null, and we want to set up focus. Set up focus will get whatever we want here. All right. That should be okay. We should be okay with that. Should be. Let's see. Oh, now the loading bubbles not displaying. That's fine. I can fix that up in a minute. Alright, the next thing... Well, actually, let me double check that. So we do have that there. Okay, so... we need, when loading finishes, when this happens, do hide bankrupt email, process all that stuff. That does a toggle main menu, which under here creates the tablets. Displayed as home menu. Where does it change the input? Throughout that entire process, it doesn't change the input anywhere. Like the only place it would do it is here, where the splash finishes. Put mouse mode. Visible. Mouse manager is that. Check beware letter. Go mouse input. What up, Avinity? So we need something similar. We need to take that. And we can do that. Yes, that's good enough. That will be good enough to fix that. See how... I don't like how it still has the mouse visible. That's the issue with having it here. Do that. What does this do? This does... background mouse filter ignore. Over the main menu, game progress. When it hides, go if bankrupted. And that should be good now. That should be the best spot to put it. What up, Mike and Hill? You're late. There we go. That's better. All right. So we've got our end game process fixed up. That was one of the two bugs. The other one is we need to fix up the bills. So we need to not create the bill. Like, we need to not retroactively apply bills because people don't have, like, people's save files don't have that money accounted for their bills. So, let's see. What we'll do first, though, let's check Guess the Game. What game is this? Oof. That looks like it could be anything medieval at night time or a Resident Evil. I feel like it's an Assassin's Creed. I don't know why. It's not an Assassin's Creed. What the fuck is that? What is that? What up, Nor? Use object-oriented programming in game dev. If it needs it. Bobble Shop Sim's going well, Cam. Feels more Resident, Under the Sea. That is Under the Sea. But yeah, I don't use object-oriented programming or functional programming. I use whichever one is just the best for the scenario. You think it's Tomb Raider? Tomb Raider Underworld. That makes sense for Under the Water. Nah. The fuck? PS5, PC, Xbox Series X. This feels like... a Final Fantasy? I don't know. I had no idea. Stripped Winter Guard spec. What is that? That's the compass? Enfa. Feel like it gets overused. OOP feels like it gets overused. Would you say that you feel like cars are overused, or are they just the best tool for getting from point A to point B? Like... Is this like V Rising or something? Oh. The Beast. Is this Sekiro? Dark Souls? No. Ain't Dark Souls. And Elden Ring. The Puppeteer. Don't nod, Dev. I got no clue. I've never seen this game before in my life. Could it be like a Ninja Gaiden? Lords of the Fallen? I don't know. Let's find out. Banishes, Ghost of New Eden. You know what? I got this game through a Humble Bundle. And I have not yet played it. It looks like something I need to play. That looks pretty good. That looks entertaining. Alright, so we've got the game over fixed. Now we need to not retroactively apply bills. Shop settings. Where did I have that set up? That's where it is. And a wording different. I don't think I care about this.
Are you serious? This is torture. You're torturing me and everyone else watching. Wait.
Good. Good. That was my plan. You have fallen for my trap. Toodles, Vinity. So rent owed. Past get keys greater than 0 and past get days greater than 1. Days 1, free for rent. Past gets. Day minus days is greater than 0. So I think this is definitely yeah. So I should put the 2D version of my game on itch. You should. So rent is owed. If keys rent owed, past get keys greater than 0. Okay, so what I'm going to do, this is for an old save. This is for an old save where rent is only a single value. I think this is fine, honestly. I think this is fine because what's happening is people aren't people aren't paying their bill. Like, people aren't paying their bills. So we split it out into multiple days. We go, all right, this is how much rent you have to pay. So until total rent past key, append that. Why are we appending an array to total rent? I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was doing here. So for rent owed, when there's a when rent has a value greater than 0, if we're past the first day, then what we need to do is go previous rent is past get key, while day minus days is greater than 0, and days is less than 4. So we don't build it up to the full extent. But this does do total rent set, and then this appends more. Or key in past get key. I need Kalina or someone with an existing save. Actually, I need an existing save file. Kalina, can you send me your save file? Make sure I update the process correctly. All right. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So, because rent owed and total rent, because we don't have rent owed anymore, do we? We only have total rent. Yeah, that's the only place it exists. And past does not have rent owed. Electric owed. Or key int in that. Alright, that'll work. What up, Mick? Hello, Psychotic Games. Who the hell is Psychotic Games? I think that'll work. I think that'll work. I very often get psychotic. Congratulations. It's not a pleasant feeling. Is there medication? Let's see. I think that'll work. To keep me out of a constant state of psychosis, but I still get episodes. Sounds like you need stronger meds. That'll work. Alright. Mind is too strong. Oh, that's, I don't know. And avoiding different settings. So that should be okay. It's not going to have any effect on mine because I don't have a save file with that version number. So it's not going to break anything of mine. Yeah, I need a previous save file. Alright. That's good. Let's quit this, and now let's get on to our multi-mesh. Time for our multi-mesh work. And I'm fighting with stopping smoking. So it's cannabis almost a year ago. Fair enough. Do you actually want to stop smoking, or are you stopping because of other reasons? So let's do a commit. Fixed some bugs. Push this up. Alright, check out demo. Get that updated with main. Alright. Check out Multimesh. There we go. Smoking seems to be all Miku talks about. It's like there are two sides of this. Of me, one wants to stop, the other doesn't. And the one that wants to stop is slowly winning. Fair enough. Just move somewhere. Move somewhere where smoking is illegal. And or prohibitively expensive. And it will solve itself. Okay, so we need to look into... Actually... Before we do this, I want to test something here. Seed into multi. So all I want to do here is have a 3D scene, which will be Let's go here. There we are. Now make this 2020. Give it a material. Give its color. That. We need to move over our meshes. It's not moving situation is not an option. I was being sarcastic. I'm a very sarcastic person. I will make jokes about people and at their expense, whether they like it or not. And I will be sarcastic about everything that involves everyone, regardless. Basically, if I'm saying something, just assume it's sarcasm. Yeah, that'll make it easier for you. And now I've been given my privilege. Yay. I'm working in Godot. I'm currently looking to test some stuff. I need to test some of these. Where are we? Top static. Card pack. Top static card pack. Top static card pack and top static card pack. Now I think that's the mesh, like the material that we need to take with it. But then there's also a card binder, card sleeve. Products card pack. Not that. Where's the material for the card packs?
I assume everything Hypno says is sarcastic, and he thinks everything I say is sarcastic unless it's really obvious.
Your face is sarcastic. That's why I assume everything you say is sarcastic. Let's go into textures, athlete card pack, bubble box, bubble box, bubble box, bubble box. Casual card pack. Professional card pack. Hero villain card pack. Copy those. Okay. I cannot see the material for the card pack. Textures, Bobble Box Athletes, JPEG. Because it's pointing to a different spot, that's fine. That's not really what I'm worried about, though. Like, go to the project list. Open this one up. Go into here. Okay, so that Trez... That Trez there is the material. And then we need... Then we need to copy... Or is it the actual card pack mesh? Which is... Fuck's the card pack? Ah, no, the card pack is part of the blend file. Yep. Yep, so I need to copy that over. Okay. Where's it? Products. That one. Copy that. Alright, so we do this. Which project list? What up, Tricky? So. What up? Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna skip these imports here. Get rid of all this. So I don't need any of this. Re-import. New inherited scene. Just gives us this. Actually, we don't need that. What I need... Products card pack. Surely I already have that saved somewhere. I did. That is exactly what I just did. What's your point? You got a problem with that? The assets, bobbles. And here, let's have a look at products. Card pack. There we go. That's really all we need to do there. Don't save that. So... this one here. Athlete Bobble Box. Res. Yep. And this one needs to have that there. Needs to have that there. There we go. Textures Athlete Card Pack. Oh, whoops. That's correct. That's the correct one for you. Okay. This one. Fixed dependencies. You. Going to be the athlete card pack. There we go. So, athlete card pack has that. And that. Exactly what we want. Bubble box. The box casual. Fixed dependency. We're looking for the casual card pack. That one. Hero villain. Hero villain. Box professionals. And that one. Beautiful. So, let's add some mesh instances here. We'll also do some Node 3Ds. We'll go Visual Box. Going to be that one. Oh. Going to rotate this 90 degrees. I'm going to place you up in what, 20, 10. Damn it. 10, 10. That's going to go all the way over there. And I'm going to duplicate this. Go path box. Make this one that. I'm going to set you to 6, I think. 3, 4. Go 4. Duplicate this. So I'm going to set up a couple hundred bobble boxes. And I'm going to make a couple hundred five. You should be -1. So yeah, a couple hundred bobble boxes and then a couple thousand card packs. And then I'm going to change those out to be multi-mesh instances and just see if there's any noticeable performance increase. Because if there's not, then it's not worth us doing this for the Not worth us doing. Not worth us doing this for the full game. So, what up, Kalina? How we doing? So, go 0.75, so 0.25. 9.5 and then speed 9.25, then 9.0, and then 8.75. So if we do that many, let's configure our snap actually. Configure snap, make it 0.125. Duplicate. So that's 60. 70, 80, 90, 100. So that is 100 casual boxes. I could even duplicate even more. So we have 200 casual. Ooh. Whoa. Reset all this. Zero. Damn it. All of these. I do this. This is going to be such a long bit of work to undo this mistake. What up, Jedem? Sorry for going to say for. Alright. Alrighty. There we go. Damn it. I think I was hearing about oh damn. Oh, I think so. Has everyone heard about this? Has everyone heard of this thing? It's very annoying. It's very, very annoying. Yeah, this new COVID strain. Because I've been thinking my sore neck was just a sore neck. But I'm starting to think it's like a recurring cold. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. Did it originate in the COVID? It's just like a mutated strand. Once this is done, I'm going to be so happy knowing that we've got a performance improvement. I hope this actually is a performance improvement. I don't want to go through all this work to be like, it's not even an improvement. It doesn't do anything. That would be very annoying. Alright. We got all that done now. Close that. Oh, you're rotated, that's why. Alright. Changed my name color, I noticed. Golden name and 30th anniversary Pokemon badge. Did it originate in the Oz? No, it didn't originate in Oz. I think it was first detected in South Africa, and then it spread through Europe and America, and now it's going through Australia. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Cool. We got 10. Duplicate. Oh. God. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what I've noticed? So, they say that the Bible is the greatest story ever told. I'm noticing that these days, everyone that tries to tell a story about the Bible, like they make a game or a movie or something like that, those people suck at telling stories. They just absolutely suck. Like, the dialogue they write is shit. the like entire plot is just riddled with crap and just holes. It's like, what the how are you people? How are you people the same as the people that wrote the original story? Like, Bible was super incoherent. The Bible was not a long narrative. It's a collection of books in a like a library. Yes, but they still say it's the greatest story ever told. And it's like, if it's the greatest story ever told, then the people that are retelling it and making games and movies and shit based on it are the worst storytellers ever. I've always know if you're watching Asmongold, God, I think we watch the same thing. Yeah, it's that funny ass game, I Am Jesus Christ. And the dialogue in it is horrible. It is the worst dialogue I've ever seen in a game. It's AI dialogue. It has to be. It has to be AI dialogue, right? It's so funny to... We need... There we are. So we've got a pretty decent amount of meshes there. Let's have a look. Why do you change What the fuck are you doing? What is this? Oh, damn. Okay, let's... Okay. So I think I can see how the multi-mesh benefit this. So if we took all of these, it's at 1500 FPS. Turn all those off. It's at 1800 FPS. 35 draw calls. Still 35 draw calls. So, yeah, it's not the number of draw calls that we have an issue with in Bobble Shop Sim. It's the complexity. It's the number of primitives. So, if on the other side here, I go a node and have static, we add a node, node, we go multi-mesh. Change these to node 3Ds so that we can like turn them off like that. Change type, node 3D. All right. Kaz. Alright. I wonder what caused God to do the worst thing imaginable and create the world in 7 days. Didn't leave room for beta testing or anything. Bro just woke up. One day said, I'm vibing with light. This is interesting. So I assume primitives refer to triangles. Yeah, so primitives are just like what makes up your complex shapes. So any triangles, any quads, all that kind of stuff. So this thing here would be made up of a bunch of different Like if I turn all of it off, you can see how there's still like all these primitives and stuff, and that's because we've got like all of this. I think, yeah, you turn the grid off and you got nothing. You turn all of this on. You have 2 primitives. Now you've got a ton of primitives because of the highlighted stuff. But this thing here is a plane. And the plane has two triangles. So those 2 triangles make up this plane. So when we turn on all the statics, you see how we've got 412,000. So we have 412,000 primitives for these, 2,000 bobble boxes. So that means each bobble box is 412,000 divided by 2,000, 206 primitives. 206 primitives for each bobble box. Is that right? That doesn't sound correct. It doesn't sound right, because if we go into Blender, it's this one here. It says there's 28 triangles. So, what happens? Yeah, there's only 28 triangles for this entire thing. It's way normal. Yeah. Anyway, we turn all those off. We'll get our frame time jump up there. So, what we need to do, I need to add a mesh, which will be Cas plane. This is going to display 6. 6 casual bobbles. Oh, actually, no, not that one. You go plain mesh, which will have material. I'm just going to give you that one. Oh, because we're not displaying him, right? That makes sense. We're going to do this. Now, we only need it to display 6. And each of them is like 0.12 by 0.25. So if we do 0.25 by 6 and 0.125 by 6. No, 0.125 by 6. 0.25 by 6. That there is basically how many there's going to be. And what I need to do is go this multi-mesh, new multi, transform, 3D, mesh. That one. We're going to display 6 of them. Bump that up a little bit there. Ads. Let's take a break. No, not that. Let's go and do Wordle and Quirtle. Tipsy, Brand, Ghoul, Wreck. Oof. This ain't good. Shit. Chive. Fuck. What is it? Chief. Oh, god damn it. Well, I can't get all of them now. Briar. I don't know. Litter. Idler. There we go. Asta was the bottom left one. I never got around to guessing the bottom left one. Top left screwed me over. God. Badly. Right, Brand. And Wreck. Okay. Swarm. Easy. Easy games. Easy games. I think I need to give this a script. And over here, we go multi. You're free! Woot! So if we have a look under Multimesh, there's a way that we can use code to tell it where to place. Doing this sort of thing. So what we want to do is we want to loop over each of them, and we want to set instance transform. So we go for in instance count, visible instance count. We want to go multi-mesh set instance transform for IDX. We want to do a transform 3D with a basis and a vector 3, which will have the X, Y, and Z. So we want it to be the section size. So we want to take a look at the plane, Kaz plane. It's going to be... I'll actually just call that plane. Let me that. Mesh as plain mesh size. Now that's only a vector 2, isn't it? Divided section size is section size X, section size Y. Oh wait, god damn. Divided by 3, divided by 2. So we're going to have this divide up like so. Column. Is going to be what, 6 modulus 3, and row will be 6 divided by IDX. No, 3 modulus IDX, and yeah, 6 divided by but if I floor that, so we have 6 divided by IDX, that's not what we want. We want IDX divided by 3. Yep. Actually, IDX plus. No. Plus 1. No. So I need to calculate the new position based on that. It's going to be pos. So we have the section size, but it's right in the middle. So what I want to do is actually move I want to move this to 0.75 and 0.375. Oops. X. The fuck is your rotation? You don't have a rotation, so why is... Okay, so if that's Z... There. Okay. So 0.75 and 0.03. 0.75, 0.375. God damn it. There we go. So we can place them along here. And that'll be a vector 3 of section size X by column 0, section size Y by row, and if we move this back to what, 10 negative 10. .75, 8.5. So we move that there. Want to add a camera. We're going to attach a script. And we need this to have a physics process. Seems like they're spamming or scamming people in Discord servers now with these images of Mr. Beast giving away money. I've seen that. Yeah. So what do we need here now? We need this to... input direction, vector 2, get vector, which will be, I think it's UI left, UI right, UI up, UI down, and we do, we're using Multimesh 4, isn't it, for hundreds of the same object type? So that's currently what I'm testing. I want to see what performance improvement we can get if we change this, if we change all of this, which is all of this, dropping us from 3,500 draw calls to 1,400 draw calls. I want to see if changing these to be broken up into groups of 6. So instead of in Bobble Shop Sim, instead of each display filled with bobble boxes, rendering what, 60 bobble boxes, we just have 10 multi-mesh instances, one for each shelf, and the shelf will render whatever the meshes are on the shelf. Now, so you could have You could have each shelf having 32 card packs. And if you have 5 shelves with full of card packs, then you have, 320 per shelf. Or so, yeah, 320 per display. But instead of displaying 320 mesh instance 3Ds with collisions and all this kind of stuff, you are just displaying one multi-mesh that renders 32, and you have that for 10 shelves. So instead of 320 mesh instance 3D nodes, each with state machines and collisions and all this type of stuff, it's just a multi-mesh node with the mesh instances that it spawns. Or the meshes that it displays. So it cuts down on node tree size. Cuts down on processing, because we don't have the state machines, we don't have the objects and stuff that have like a process function or a process physics function and stuff like that. There's no rigid body calculations going on because all of these items are rigid bodies, all that type of stuff. But basically what we're doing here in this test project is we're just seeing what type of improvement it gives us between mesh instances and multi-mesh instances. And then if there's a big enough impact, I'll do it in Bobble Shop Sim itself. Because we do have an issue at the moment when you're displaying thousands of items in your store. The performance does dip. So we need multi-mesh. So if we do that, so that's going to display 6 of them. This needs to do input direction, and we go vector 3 is going to be vector 3 1 multiplied. Actually, I can just do vector 3 input direction X and input direction Y, and multiply that by speed. You know, I'm just going to multiply it by... I'm going to leave it as that for now, actually. Actually, I'll multiply it by 2.5. So that we're not just whizzing all over the place, sort of thing. Position... I'm going to call this velocity. Then we also need rotation as well. We need to rotate the camera first. I'm curious about this. Are you dynamically changing the multi-mesh at runtime, or is it to replace a full display? So it's not to replace a full display. It is because each shelf on a display, like there's 10 shelves on each display. Each shelf can display a different product. So doing that as like doing a full replace of the shelf and having like tracking where specific meshes are being rendered and stuff like that, that's a nightmare. So each shelf is going to be a multi-mesh. So each shelf, instead of putting the object on the shelf and having that rigid body with all of its child nodes and stuff like that sitting on the shelf doing nothing, I'm going to, when it gets put on the shelf, it's going to delete that instance of that object, and it's going to like just display a mesh representation of the object. So you clean up like 20 nodes and just have a mesh there through the multi-mesh. And then when you take something off, you tell the multi-mesh to get rid of that instance, like to only display 4, for example, instead of 5. And then you instance the actual object, the actual item that you're interacting with at that spot, and moving it into the player's hands or the box or something like that. Like a dynamic prefab. No. No. Don't worry, you'll see when I get there. If I implement it, you'll see what I mean. Let's see. I need the rotation for the camera. So I need to be able to move the camera around. Rotation X will be a float. It's going to be get axis. No. Unhandled inputs. If event is not input event mouse motion, we can return. Otherwise, we go event as input event mouse motion. We do mouse rotation, no, rotate X by an amount, an angle, which would be mouse screen relative, the unscaled mouse position relative to the previous position in the coordinate system. If I just go relative, it is not possible to reliably detect when the mouse has stopped moving by checking this property. Separate short time may be necessary. When it's scaled accordingly, this should be preferred over relative for mouse aiming. Alright, so we'll do screen relative. X multiplied by 0.001. And we'll go ready. Input mouse mode. Mouse mode captured. Okay. Let's just test that. Like the current scene. What? Modulo by 0 error. God damn it. 3 modulo IDX. If IDX greater than 0, else 0. Okay, so that's very slow. That's very slow indeed. Get rid of that. Damn, that zoomed around, didn't it? I don't want to rotate X. I want to rotate Y. And we need to do negative. Rotate X by UI page down. God damn it. I'm gonna add an input map here. Left, right, down, up. There we go. And the other thing we want to do is the camera. I want to lock its rotation Z 0. So it's only displaying 4. Print debug. Pause. Damn. Why was that so... Zero 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 0500 00034. By column. Oh, because we're on modulo. Well, no, that should still work. Because 3 modulo 1. Oh, hang on, no. Be IDX modulo 3. I have some exciting news to tell you. I started putting together my first itch page for my samurai game. Nice. Nicely done. Congrats. Can you add something to your game from my game? No. No, I've stopped that. I'm not adding things to my game that are not relevant to my game. I've got enough stuff added into my game. I'm trying to get this finished by a certain day. Adding random stuff in at this point in time is not going to happen because I've got a deadline that I'm trying to meet. So it's displaying all of them correctly, but I feel like we can make this smaller. .75, 0.017 or 0.125 by 3. What's going on, Psych? How's things? What were you up to? All the fun stuff, I hope. Let's see, 0.188, something like that. That'll work. Just hacking some stuff? Nice. Nice. I'm currently setting up a bunch of stuff for testing the difference between static meshes, like displaying thousands of static meshes, versus displaying multi-meshes. So I can find a performance improvement for my game. Okay, so if we do... that's 6, 12... so we've got 3, 6, 9, 12 displaying there. And that's fine. Because now we can move these forward like so. Yeah, it's taken quite a bit of work to get the test set up. So I'm really glad that I'm not just doing this change and hoping that it improves it, because that could end up being very, very bad. Duplicate this. We go up, 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 up. Get rid of that one. All right. Duplicate this and go athlete. Now, the good thing is... No, I can't. I'm going to have to make this unique. We have to delete all of those. We'll change this to the athlete bubble box. Move them over there. Change this one. Quick load. That one. Damn it. Make unique. Quick load. No. Make unique. Make the material unique. Let's also make this mesh unique, shall we? Let's quick load that. There we go. Much better. Now we've got to move these like we did with that one. Then we need to move them like so. Now, need all these bloody things. To duplicate up. I could probably improve this further. That's this one here I can get rid of too. That's an extra one that we don't need. Okay, let's duplicate this. And we call it... Actually, no, not that one. Duplicate you. Change you to professional. And we want to move... We want to delete all of this. We'll move this one over here. See, make unique. Make unique. Let's quick load. Close that. Well, yeah, let's quick load professional. There we go. This one, it needs to be unique. And make you unique. No, I can quick load you. Do that. Perfect. Move those over there. There we are. Close that. Close that, close that. Duplicate this. Go. Hero villain. Get rid of that. This looks like it might do. There are a lot more draw calls. There are quite a few more draw calls. But I think that's because of this. Like, if I got rid of the plane from all of these, then... yeah, we might set that up. That will give us a more accurate representation of if it's... yeah. So. Quick load hero villain. Make unique. Duplicate. All right. Okay. Get rid of that one. All right. Camera. Move you up there. So, just did an initial assessment here. There are more draw calls, but there's less primitives. And less objects. Let's see, do I want to create a HUD that displays the FPS? I think I do. Actually, no, I don't need to. Let's go into here. Go FPS process. Draw calls, primitives. Let's run that. Get rid of that. So process is 7 points. Process is about 7 or 8. About 165 FPS. Alright. If I do that. Can I select... Yeah, filter by type. The annoying thing is that it keeps the multi-mesh instance 3D. What are the size of those? 0.75 and 0.375. 0.75, 0.375. Remember that, chat. 0.75, 0.375. Which that's just going to be 0.25. And you're going to be 0.375, which is 0.18. 0.375 divided by 2. What's that? That's 75, 1875. $18.75, something like that. Let's see. This is it without all of the extra plane meshes and stuff being rendered. $769, 129,000 total primitives. Five draw calls, 405,000 total primitives. Huh. So there are more draw calls, but there's less total primitives drawn. If we go into project settings, VSync disabled. This is just running at as many FPS as it can. (1,265 FPS). 3.7 millisecond frame time. Total draw calls, 5. Total primitives drawn, 412,000. We flip those. We run this. Oop. 1865 FPS, so 600 FPS more. So that's basically a 50% improvement. Yeah. So that's a 50% improvement. If I turn all of this back on, actually, hang on, this goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it goes from 0 to 5. Goes 0. So I do need to add one more of each. Just to get a valid comparison here. Yeah. So we've got an extra 400 meshes here being rendered. .294 millisecond. Total draw calls 961. Total primitives drawn. So this also isn't a direct comparison, because what I would need to do to get a direct comparison would be I need to change all of these to be rigid bodies with a collision shape, be set to frozen with the collision disabled, all that type of stuff. Give it some nodes to like simulate a state machine and stuff like that. What's going on, Mike? How are we? Just so that way we can have a proper one-to-one test. So what we'll do is we'll add rigid body. We will add collision shape. The rigid body, we told that it's frozen and its freeze mode is static. Its collision shape will be a box. Copy. Go paste. It's close enough. Doesn't have to be accurate. It just needs to be there so that it simulates things. You won't have any mesh assigned to you. What we'll do is we'll attach a script to this. Under here we'll go Use mesh. So mesh. Ready. Is that? Plugin development just configured so it auto loads. So auto loads are added when the plugin is turned on. Moving my scene loader to a plugin, threaded scene loading with loading screens, and soon custom transitions. Nice, nice. How we doing, Mungalo? So we do that. And I think that'll be good enough. You're 4.5. Looking at my core systems I have, I thought putting that on plugin. That's fair. What I'm doing is just tinkering to see if we can determine if multi-mesh, for my use case, is worth it or not. You'll be hero villain. You'll be professional. You'll be athlete. You'll be casual. There we go, so we got 12 across. Something like that. How can I collapse it? There we go. We duplicate. So we can already see the difference that this is going to have. And we haven't even done everything, okay? So the current thing that we're doing, Yeah, we're doing some multi-mesh testing here, Mongo. So currently, the way... I'll go through it once the ads are over. But you can already see the difference that we have here. Like, it is a huge difference already. Is such a big improvement. All right. Collapse it. All right. Ads are almost over, and then I can explain the testing that we're doing here. So, the multi-mesh testing that I'm doing, I'm going to rework how the shelves in my store work. Exactly what they're doing and stuff. Currently, what happens is when you put an item on the shelf in my game, that rigid body moves from the box to the shelf, or from the player's hand to the shelf. Okay? And then the rigid body is frozen and stays in that position on the shelf. That means that for a shelf, for a display that has 10 shelves, that is displaying 6 bobble boxes on each shelf, there's 60 rigid bodies, each with a collision object, with state machines, and a mesh, and all this stuff. Or if they're card packs, 32 card packs on each shelf of the display for 320 in total. Each of those have an armature, have a mesh, have a state machine, have collision shape, all this type of stuff. And they're frozen and placed on there. I'm looking at changing my shelf so that each shelf is a multi-mesh. And when you place something on the shelf knows what item data has been placed on the shelf. It knows what the mesh of the object coming in is. Of the item coming in is. So it will display that mesh however many times it needs to for how much quantity there is on the shelf. Right? So when you put something on the shelf, if that item's in your hand, the item moves from your hand to the shelf, despawns, and the shelf increases its visible instance count by 1. If you take something off the shelf, it instances that item, decreases the visible instance count by 1, and moves the item into your hand. If it's a box that we're putting it into, or moving it, or pulling it out from, then the box will have a multi-mesh in it as well. And the box will decrease its visible instance count by 1, instance the item, move it to the shelf, despawn the item, and the shelf's visible instance count increases by 1. And the same in reverse from the shelf to the box. I'm only halfway through here, okay? I'm halfway through. I've got the casual rigid bodies, and I've got the athlete rigid bodies. And our FPS is 230, 240-ish. Alright? If I change it to the multi-mesh, it's 2300 FPS. So, it's more draw calls, there's less primitives. But you can see the difference. You can see the difference already. Like, if I run this and we move around here, this is just the rigid bodies. All the rigid bodies have been frozen. All of the rigid bodies are frozen, so they're not trying to move or anything like that. That gives us 988 FPS, 5.26 milliseconds, 4 draw calls, 69,210 total primitives. Right? And that's only half. That's half the amount of items that we're displaying under the multi-mesh. Now, under the multi-mesh, if I run this, we've got twice as many boxes. Alright. But we're 1600 FPS. Our process is 2.76 milliseconds. Our draw calls are 961. Total primitives is 161,000. So more total primitives, more draw calls, less process time is half. Right? Process time is half. And FPS has not quite doubled. But if I finish this, it's basically going to be double. So I think this is what we're going to be doing. I think this is the change we're going to be making. It's pretty handy. Okay. There's so much. I'll just bang out an editor script to do that instead of manually doing it. Because I'm already halfway through. Alright, almost done. Alright. Alright. So now, with all of the rigid bodies, every single one of them, we're now at 792 FPS with a process time of 8.7 milliseconds. Yes, it's only 5 draw calls. It is only 5 draw calls. But it's 489,000, basically 590,000 primitives being drawn. Alright. We turn that off and we wait for Godot to process that. If it doesn't crash. Really hope it doesn't crash. So, yeah, this is why having a ton of nodes is a bad idea. A ton of nodes in a single scene. It's still going. Still trying to hide all. There we go. There we go. Now we can turn these ones on. Come on. Come on. So, 792 FPS, 8.7 millisecond processing per frame. Total draw calls 5, 490,000 primitives. Now, with the multi-mesh displaying the same number, but because they're not rigid bodies and they're not they don't have collision shapes, they don't have state machines or any of that kind of stuff. This here is twice as much FPS, 1,558 FPS. Frames, like process is 2.56 milliseconds. Total draw calls, 959. Total primitives, 161,000, as opposed to 490,000. Yep. That is what we're going to do. We're going to change that. Get rid of that. All right. Multi-mesh time. Ow. Let's open up shelves. So we have display shelf. And I might do it for the delivery boxes first. So delivery box, contents, I can change this to be a a multi-mesh instance. You're going to have a new multi-mesh. You're not going to have a mesh there. Visible instance count will be 0. Transform will be 3D. Delivery box. Contents. Multi-mesh instance 3D. Where are you used? Get child count. The visible instance count. Set up contents. We have a look at item data. Because item data just references the scene. It does also have meshes though. So I can reference meshes. Multi-mesh. The content data meshes front. And while quantity held is less than limit. Don't want to do that. We don't need to worry about packing item. What we can do is go contents, multi-mesh, visible instance count. Is limits. Actually, no. Pack item. Now, obviously, we can't have that be item. This can be null. Quantity held is 0. Item data will get that. Contents will get that. Line item will be that. Stick will be that. Empty boxes has self. Erase self. So we need, if item is not null, that's when we do that. Position item that sets up the tween position. And what I would have to do is go child, position tween, tween callback, display visual instance. Actually, item positioned. This is going to do item positioned. And we do item Q3. Contents multi-mesh, visible instance counts, increased by 1. Get rid of that. What up, Vin? It's going well. It's going well. We're just changing over our delivery box to use a multi-mesh instance for displaying the contents rather than having a bunch of rigid bodies with all their stuff inside the box at all times. Yep. Gonna be interesting. Gonna be very interesting. So this here will do contents multi-mesh visible instance count plus equal 1, because in here we don't call position item. Just got my two-handed weapon to sheath and unsheath without animation. I'm quite ecstatic. Nice. Nice. The animation side of things, if you haven't done 3D modeling or animation stuff or anything like that, that's probably going to be frustrating for you. But don't let that deter you, okay? As an indie dev, you do have to push through that. You'll come across that type of stuff a lot. So we do this positioning. We do this placing. We position the item. Now, the problem is this. Quantity held plus equal 1. What if I do still have all of the rigid bodies and stuff in the scene tree, but they're just hidden. So let's undo what we've done. I still want that to do that. And this here. Get rid of that. Remove you. We do this. So when we position the item, I don't know if animating at this point have a Ross idea. Nice. Those and them ranged, I'll get a new more specified system for animating. Sweet. Sweet. I need to restart this. Duplicates. Multimesh. Change type. Be multi-mesh. Do that. You're returning child count. While you're looking at the shelf, it will display, or while you're looking at the delivery box, or holding the delivery box, it shows the rigid bodies in there. To do this, pack item. Multimesh, visible instance count is sticker quantity. Yep. Well, what up, Alex? Have you seen crocodiles in the wild or in zoos? In zoos. I've never lived anywhere that a crocodile would just be wandering around. Thankfully. Those things are a nightmare. Alright, so we do this. The multi-mesh visible instance count increases by that. Why am I doing that though? Why don't I just go contents visible equals is open multi-mesh visible. So we toggle open, toggle hold visibility, if on, we go contents visible true, multi-mesh visible false. So we do that. Content visible. This is where it gets tricky. Is open and state machine current state is or what am I gonna do? We need to go into contents hold, like held container. We're gonna go, if it's a delivery box, character multi-mesh visible false, character contents visible true. Equals is open. Clean up. Honestly, for delivery boxes, it might make sense to just have the rigid bodies and nothing else. What up, Gar? How you doing? Did you know that crocodiles, alligators, caimans, and gharials are all crocodilians? They're all in the order Crocodilia. I did not know that. I mean, I knew crocodiles and alligators were related, but I've never even heard of the other two. How's it going? Good coding today? It is. We've done our testing and we have found that having 2,000 rigid bodies with collision shapes, state machines, and empty state machines, and meshes being rendered versus multiple multi-mesh instances displaying a total of 2,000 mesh instances is about what, when it comes to frame processing time, it's about 3 times faster. So I'm currently setting it up so that all of this stuff here works as you would expect. I'll just write that down for when I make that mistake in my game. What I need is the delivery box. When the box is closed, both multi-mesh and contents are hidden. When it's opened, it's displaying contents when the player's not looking at it. Sorry, it's displaying contents when the player's looking at it. It's displaying multi-mesh when the player's not looking at it. So what I can do, player, when we raycast, we get this collider outline. So that's interactable. So in delivery box, we can go outline, super outline. But we also want to do if not is open, return. Otherwise, contents visible, multi-mesh visible. Shit. If it's not open, return. Otherwise, contents visible, true. Multi-mesh visible, false. And when we remove outline, we go contents visible, false. And multi-mesh visible is open. And then when we toggle open, if it's not furniture, we go if is open. Now, if it's not open, then we want to do contents visible equals outlines, multi-mesh visible equals not outlined. So outlined is when we're looking at it. So not outlined. So outlined or state machine, current state, enum state held. Not outlined. And state machine current state is not held. So it's either outlined and we're looking at it, or it's held. And multi-mesh is only visible if it's not outlined and it's not held. Yeah. Yeah. That should take care of that. We set the multi-mesh to that when we pack an item in. When we take an item out, drop. If not is open, return. Otherwise, actually, contents visible equals is open and outlined or no, and outlined. Multi-mesh visible is open and not outlined. Beautiful. Ah, water. It's amazing. So we pack an item in, we get that. When we take an item out, like when an item's removed, we go multi-mesh visible instance count is sticker quantity. Well, actually, it's just quantity held. So we can do that. Easy. Easy. And also, when we put an item in, what we need to do is go mesh will be item data. Actually, content data. Meshes front. Easy. Interact secondary item removed. Yeah, perfect. That... So when we ready this... We don't have anywhere in here that sets is open. Actually. I don't see anything that tells it to load opened. Let's see. I just want to see what happens. I don't have anything in that one. Let's load this one. Alright, there we go. Property key multi-mesh on a base object of type nil. Delivery box 303. Oh, of course. Delivery box. Multi-mesh. Right there. Also, the other thing that we need... We don't just need that, but... There's something else that I'm forgetting. That's right. I have to go through all the item data. You've got your meshes there, but you, like, these bobbleheads can't appear inside a delivery box. So I don't care about that. The hell is it? The fuck is it called? Assets, bobbles, meshes. Hang on. Where is it? Where's the binder? So we've got that one, the card book sleeve. But then I need to... Okay, so we've got all those. Alright. Alright. Let's get that. But... Make you unique. No. Yeah, screw it. And then hero villain. The same thing. Make it unique. Change this to card binder casual. You. Make you unique. Change this to card binder hero villain. Card binder. Make unique. Change the material to be professional. Alright. Card sleeves. Let's do that. Comic. Get that. Voila. Create a bobble kit. Which material am I supposed to use for this? That one. That's the one we want to use. Okay. Create a bobble kit. We get all of these. Mug. Hell. Why not have the mesh for the mug saved anywhere? We got the textures there. Ah, that's a standard material. I really need to upgrade to a new version of Godot that has better handling. That one? No, it's a standard material as well. The fuck are you showing me standard materials? Where's the actual mug? You. Okay, so we're not actually saving the mesh anywhere. Alright. That's fine. I can open this up. I can save you to here. There we are. I'll make that better. Mug with an Officer Oscar. Hell. Quick load. Mug. The fuck? Let's clear that. How am I dealing with these mugs? That's audio. I have no idea how I'm dealing with these mugs, to be honest. Like, because you don't have anything. You need that. Okay. Quick load. Mug Officer Oscar. There we are. Good. Good stuff. You. Mug. Quick load. Water flow. You. We need to make unique. You. That. Alright. Regular athlete bobbles. This is the bobble box, isn't it? That one. We only want the top static. Because the other one has an armature. Or shape keys, I should say. Then we need card packs. So this here going to be product card pack. Make unique. Quick load. Athlete card pack. Casual card pack. Almost ready to test. Make unique. Quick load. Hero villain card pack. I guess I can just leave it as that. Let's see what happens. Just see what happens. Expected. Delivery box. 303. What was it? Invalid assignment of property or key mesh with value of type array mesh on a base object of type null instance. Yeah, there we go. What? Ooh. I suppose I'm not telling them where to display either. Pick these up. Let's go here. Have a look at player, camera, held. Multimesh is displaying. It doesn't have a mesh assigned. Okay. Collision visible. Print debug. Content data. Name. Maybe we need to TR that too. Because the the data now, the content data, they have these names. Alright. Shit, there was that other bug that I was supposed to be fixing as well, wasn't there? Damn it. Why? So it did do 3 hero villain bubble boxes. It did assign the meshes. Content data. Meshes. Let's see. Oh, it did display the array meshes. Hang on. Yeah, so those 3 would be... why? I was wondering for the first time what happens when you accidentally put an infinite loop in Godot and test it. Yep. Why is it... Why is this not... doing what I want to do? That's the other thing we can do is up here. Multimesh instance count should be content data, box limits, get, box size. Content data name. It says that it's assigning you can see how it's got the you can see there got hero, villain, mystery, bobble box. They're given. They are given those. We go store. Items. But this has nothing. Why? Why? What up, reality? We're doing well. What up, McCory? Have you or would you consider playing Subliminal on stream? Subliminal. I feel like I've heard of that. I've played Superliminal on stream. 5207. We need to finish The Witness first. But what's Subliminal about? This one here, 5196. That's this one here. We can see that the multi-mesh instance... The multi-mesh instance was given an array mesh. Rigid Body 3D 5196. Multi-mesh. Multi-mesh. Nothing. Multi-mesh, multi-mesh, mesh. The name of the delivery box. And the mesh that was assigned to multi-mesh. So why is the multi-mesh not remembering that name? Like, why is it not... It's being told that's the mesh that it should render. But it's ignoring that. It's just going, nah, I'm not displaying that. Fuck off. See? All of those are turned off too. I shouldn't toggle the visibility for them. Don't want that. But that, like, it's being assigned a mesh. Subliminal psychological horror game. Interesting. Maybe. It is gaming night tomorrow night, but we have to finish The Witness first. We've got like 2 areas left that I need to finish for The Witness. Well, two and a bit areas, actually. Does anyone know why this isn't working? I'm taking a scuba quiz, and one of the questions made me laugh very hard. When the regular is out of your mouth underwater, I assume that's the regulator is out of your mouth underwater. You should, and one of the options is exhale very hard to purge your lungs of air. I mean, see, you laugh at that question because of how stupid it is. But I feel like there are some people that would be like, yeah, no, that's the right thing you want to do. If you blow out really hard while underwater, face pointing down, you project yourself up to the surface. That there would be people that would have that line of thinking. Let's see. I still don't understand why multi-mesh instance not retaining mesh. What up, big boy? G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? I'm fighting multi-meshes at the moment. Yeah, what up, the 7th? How are we? It's going good, big boy. What were you up to tonight? Been there? Well, maybe you can help me. What up, Tidal? What an insanely majestic beard. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. What up, Ryan? I was working on adding a bunch of new fish to my game. Lured in for the upcoming playtest. Nice. Nice. You might be able to help me, big boy, if you've been in this situation. So I have this here. I'm assigning the multi-mesh mesh to the mesh in this array. And I'm setting the instance count, but I'm not displaying any at this point in time. And then what we do is we set the visible instance count down here to whatever the quantity is that's held. So that way we have a maximum instance count to display and how many we actually want to show. Alright? And we can see in here, if I run this, because we're doing this for some performance optimization. When we're not interacting with something, we hide the rigid bodies and we display the multi-mesh. When we are interacting with something, we display the contents and hide the multi-mesh. But for some reason, in here, if we have a look, you can see that rigid body 5199, which is this one here, Hero and Villain Mystery Bubble Box, is given an array mesh. But for some reason, it's empty. And I don't know why. And this value here is literally the multi-mesh mesh reference. Like, I don't get it. It's odd. It is odd. And you can see that when I pick it up, oh, hang on. Contents isn't displaying. Why are all of those still invisible too? Where's toggle open? Let's do that. It's easier. You sure you're calling that? Yep. So this here is an exported variable. So we've got the delivery box that has the multi-mesh. Alright, that's that one there. Under contents, that one. Alright. This has a multi-mesh value on it. What I could do is I could flag that as unique. And then this here, we have the mesh there, and that's what we're outputting here. The multi-mesh, multi-mesh, mesh. And that's where we're setting it to. So, like, I don't... Unless there's, like, a set mesh, like, method So that there. They're all visible. So when that one toggles on, So that's displaying the actual content items. That one over there. And that's the multi-mesh. So have a look at the multi-mesh. It's empty. Fuck. Is it the buffer? No. God damn it. How do you add it to the multi-mesh as a child? It doesn't. Oh, hang on. Yeah, no, we don't need to. We don't need to add it as a multi-mesh. Like, if I change this to just be that, and I go in here, and I comment that out. And see, they've all got the same mesh. I go over. I wonder if it's because I'm hiding it. This is gonna sound weird. This is gonna sound weird. But what if... What if it needs to be that? I thought the Grim Reaper was part of the game for a second there. You know, no, he's gone. He's gone. Where are we? Already held. If is open, else 0. we're interacting with it, so we don't want to display it there. This here visible instance count is quantity held, if that, else 0. Just want to see what happens. See if setting its visibility to be 0 or to be false is what was causing it. I know it's a long shot, but yeah, no, it's still. Why? There's nothing documented under here. We have a multi-mesh. We have the mesh. And we set it, but
Good evening, floating head.
what's going on? Multimesh is much faster and drop down because a single draw call resulting in less API overhead. As drawback, the instances are too far away from each other. Performance may be reduced as every single instance will always render. Since instances may have any behavior, the multi-mesh is a single object, therefore the same maximum lights per object restriction applies. This means that once the maximum lights are consumed by one or more instances, that's fine. This, I don't see that this isn't making sense. It's possible to execute some logic. Another alternative is use that. Not required to have all multi-mesh instances visible. The amount of visible ones can be controlled. That doesn't look... Why? Why? That'll be... That could be it. But even, like, before when it was becoming visible, it was still empty. But if I do this... Um, why? Do I have to keep setting mesh every frame? Why? So it does have it. So it does have it, and it's got the visible instance count. Maybe it's because I'm not specifying their position. What up, Cavino? So it's empty there. But we can see that it's got that. Also, when we're holding the box, it should actually be displaying the... Where is it? We don't have a pickup. I think I know what the issue is. Visible equals is open. Multimesh. How you doing, Gabino? Visible instance count is 0. And then when we drop it, we do something similar where we check if it's opened and outlined. Because if it's outlined, yeah, that should work. Let's get rid of this. What we want to do is when we position the item, what we want to do is go Multimesh, set instance transform to quantity held. I think that'd have to be quantity held -1. And we do new position. Oh, actually. Transform 3D. Basis. Let's see what that does. So I'd see a solution with this. Seems super useful. You should have seen the test we did before. Okay, so there we are. There's the multi-mesh. We also need to set its rotation. So it's displaying the multi-meshes when we're not looking at it or interacting with it. When we are looking at it, it displays the content. It should be displaying content there. And this is essentially what's going to be used for the shelves as well. So everything out here will be displayed, except for the bobbleheads and the cards, will be displayed using a multi-mesh instance. So these 6 here will display with one multi-mesh instance instead of displaying the 6 rigid bodies with their state machines, with their colliders, all that stuff. Because we did a test and we found that 2,000 rigid bodies that were frozen with the collision shape and an empty state machine, so just a node with 4 other nodes beneath it, not doing anything, just existing. 2,000 of those trees inside the game, inside the scene, was about 8.5 to 9 milliseconds per frame and about 700 FPS. Switching over to multi-mesh instances for 2,000 multi-mesh instances was 1,500 FPS and about 2.8 milliseconds per frame. So I was like, all right, 15 to 1,600 FPS versus 7 to 800 FPS. 3 times less processed, like 3 times less happening inside process. I think that's going to improve our game a bit, yeah. But we're not using it in the traditional sense. So in the traditional sense, you would have one multi-mesh displaying hundreds or thousands of meshes, of instances. What I'm doing is I'm using it as a way to, instead of displaying 32 rigid bodies and their childs there, we just have 32 instances of meshes. And the only time the rigid bodies display is if I'm looking at the shelf. When I look at the shelf, it's got that, like, it'll display the rigid bodies because I'll interact with it and it'll tween like this. But when I look away, it just displays the multi-mesh. It doesn't display the rigid bodies when I'm not looking at it because we don't need to worry about animating them or anything. So, yeah. I cannot claim Game Duel, literally 1984. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's 2026, but yeah. Pretty much. When we toggle open, well, first of all, what I'm going to do is finish getting this set up. So how can I set the rotation? I need to do that by a basis, don't I? So if I do rotation as basis. From quaternion. Can I get a quaternion from a... So I can't get a quaternion from... I mean, there's the axis. Basis from Euler. I think what I need to do is a basis rotated. You know what? We go basis identity multiplied by new rotation. No? You don't like that? Let's see what happens with that. I don't think it's going to work, but we'll see. I think next semester I want to take the advanced scuba course. Do it. Advanced scuba. Is that a submarine? Yes. That's exactly what I want. So this one here. We have a look. That's that one there. Multimesh is currently displaying. Now contents is displaying. Multimesh is displaying. When I pick it up, when we remove the outline, we want to go false if state machine current state is not enums state held, else true. Let's do quantity held if... Oh yeah, is open is one of the things. is open and that. Is open and actually true if is open and held, otherwise false. Quantity held if is open and current state is not held. Let's see. I hope this works. Because if this works, that's going to actually be very promising. Excellent. Hell yes. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna follow this thing. Alright. I drop that. Multimesh. Now, the other thing that I want to check so it's displaying 7, it's displaying 0. So the multi-mesh is not displaying anything. The rigid bodies are currently displaying. The rigid bodies are no longer displaying, but the multi-mesh is displaying. Okay, so we now need to do the exact same thing, but for our display shelves, which is very easy. It sounds like a lot of work, but it's actually just doing the same thing to this scene here. And that's it. Because under here, we have display shelf, which has the shelf script. And we have display shelf back, which is just on a different Z. So you can see it's like negative Z there, forward Z there. And they both share the same shelf script. So we do that to these. Oh. Yes. I was afraid that this multi-mesh stuff was going to take me like 3 or 4 days. Awesome. We're going to continue that next time on Hypno's mustache slowly goes insane. Yep. Where are we going? Who do you want to go see? Where are we going? What are we doing? Who are we looking at? What's the things? What are the things happening today? I don't see many people online. Let's see. That's gonna be. I'm loving that. I'm loving the performance we saw this morning, like increasing performance by like 3 times. Someone super new. I mean, everyone want to go to a music stream? You tell me where you want to go. I mean, we got Griffing, we got Glottal, we got someone else that's an English channel. Ice Bear Bear. You have to give the BC a little bump because then it messes up my breathing. Right. I'll find somewhere. Who's the music streamer, Kalina? And is it actual music or is it DJ? So many people are going to be pissed off if you say that. Oh. Yeah, sure thing. Why not? Why not? It's not a DJ stream. We'll go there. We'll go... Good day, you good dunce. Kalina says hi. There you go. That's the raid. That's the raid message. All right. I will be back in 5 hours. Hopefully. My neck's feeling a bit screwed up still, so I may take tonight to try and get my neck in order. If not, if I am back, if I can get my neck in order by then, we will keep going with this multi-mesh stuff and hopefully be able to test the performance improvement tonight. See how it goes. I will see you all in 5 hours, hopefully. Have a good one, you get duns.